everyone, and welcome to Let's Play the Witness. As we say, third time's the charm. You'll recall that the initial pre-streaming playthrough on YouTube ran into trouble and actually got taken down because of copyright issues with the movies in the underground theater. So you can't even watch my first playthrough, which I also never finished anyway. Yeah, you know. Um, the second one is, of course, you can see I last played on July 17th. That's when we had entirely too much to drink. And we've actually purged that from the internet because of how thoroughly embarrassing that was. And we also didn't finish. And so, as I say, third time's the charm. Hopefully, once more with feeling, with fewer copyright issues, and with less booze. And we'll get it done. I'm excited. I'm good. I'm really good. I'm very, very, very sore. My body aches. We kind of had a snowpocalypse. I don't know how many of you stalk me on Instagram, but the the phrase that the picture that was making the rounds. I've got soda cans here, but it was the snow in Fort Collins was 3 beers deep, and sure enough, somebody stacked 3 beer cans on top of each other, set them on a table in their yard, and the snow was up above the lip of the third can, and that happened all in one night. So we had, I want to say, close to 2 feet of snow in the driveway, and it was really, really wet, heavy snow, and shoveled it all. And holy cow. Just like everything hurts. Like, I'm too old for this shit. Like, and I'm in good shape, like I work out every day, but god damn, I don't even want to think about just how much weight of snow I moved, but it was absolutely bonkers. Yeah, like my shoulders hurt, my back hurts, like everything is sore. It was a lot of snow, and that's correct, Martin. I will, of course, just show you guys the unlock codes, and I will, except there's some environmental puzzles involving the movies, which I will of course solve. But in terms of actually watching them and triggering the copyright alerts, I'm going to avoid doing that for sure. Yeah, Lone Wonder, it's normal. The amount is a lot, but snowstorms this time of year are totally normal, and you never quite know how much you're gonna get. But yeah, we got a fuck ton of snow, and it came fast, and it was heavy. That's absolutely right, Martin. They adore the snow. We let them out, and they won't come back inside. Like, Tiffany took a video of Gus bounding through the snow yesterday. It's hilarious and awesome and extremely cute. But yeah, the dogs are happy. They love this stuff. All right. I think we are just about ready to get started. I'm probably not gonna get the whole thing in one sitting. The I told Tiff I'd stop around dinner time when she gets home because she had to go to the office today. I did I did not have to go to the office. I had to work this morning, but our office officially closed at 1 o'clock, so I was able to bail on email. We're still trying to coordinate service of 10 subpoenas, and the process servers are out. So even though the office is closed, I will likely have some work emails to answer. But um, no, I'm probably not going to do it all in one sitting. That said, I actually finally know the numbers for what counts as 100%ing this game. It's, let me see. Doesn't matter, I'll use the Steam Cloud files. But the, okay, here we go. We'll go high quality. We won't do full screen. Display size, not full screen. That's perfect, actually. Perfect. Assuming it works. No, there is no such unwritten rule. Well, Thanksgiving Day, like tomorrow, the courts are all closed.
But
so,
this wall is...
of course, nothing's going to happen there. But it's funny that I told it to do display size, and it's not actually display size. Let's maximize it. There we go. All right, now we're going to start a new game. As is our wont. It's going to run nice and fast as we're on the PC. So we start here. You can look at your controls, mouse speed, mouse softening, blah, 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 blah. FPS mouse look. We're not going to invert anything. WASD move. So we start. The game just kind of dumps us in, but here we go. Now I'm going to go for a sort of natural progression here. So it teaches us how to draw the little lines on the doors. Martin, it's a puzzle game that's pretty heavily inspired by Myst. Yeah, it's an open world puzzle game. So I'm going for the natural progression type feel. Even though I obviously already know how to solve all the puzzles, I won't do it until the game teaches us how. So you start off going through those two doors. Game's just got us drawing lines. Same thing is going to be true here. You can see it's powered up a cable heading over to here. Same deal, just ignore the dead ends and connect over to the endpoint. Can follow the cable to the next panel. We hit that one, and we heard something open. Here, let me show you. The game just auto-saves every so often, but your progress counter here shows you how many puzzles you've solved. So right now, we have solved 5 panels. There are 100%ing the game, there are 524 puzzles to solve. Just so you know. So we head over here, and looks like we've got 3 cables to actually unlock that little gate. I haven't played the Talos Principle, but I've heard of it, and I've heard good things. People tend to recommend it when they hear how much I like this game. So this changes things up a little bit. We've got 2 possible start points. So let's backtrack from the end to see which one actually connects, and it's this one. So that has opened up the second lock. Finally, we can head over here. Goes over that wall. This one changes things up a little bit more by having 2 exits. So let's go to the exit that connects to the gate we're trying to get out of first. It's all the way down here. There's the couch. My guide for Siege of Dragonspear. Haven't found one yet. Not sure if I'm just going to play it blind or not. That doesn't really feel right. Like, I want to make sure I 100% it, but I don't think it's very popular because there's not guides for it online. So, not written ones anyway. So now that this is open, we can zig through that little maze and unlock that gate. But before we leave, now that this is open, we should go back here and use the other exit to open up whatever's through there. You can hear something outside opening. So that lock closed, but it doesn't matter because the gate's open. And when we get out here, the game lets us know that we can run with shift. So that'll speed things up a little bit, which is nice. Up here on the walls, we can find the first couple of audio logs. So there's one on top of the gate right there. We'll listen to that.
I am standing on the threshold about to enter a room.
I want subtitles on. I don't know why they're off. There we go. Put a reticle on too. Yes, yes, yes. Perfect.
It is a complicated business. In the first place, I must shove against an atmosphere pressing with a force of 14 pounds on every square inch of my body. I must make sure of landing on a plank, traveling at 20 miles a second around the sun. A fraction of a second too early or too late, the plank would be miles away.
I know you can see the taskbar. I don't really care, but what artifact are you talking about? Because I don't want the game in full screen, because I want to be able to move around for chat and my list of audio logs, which are kind of the only thing I don't super duper have
I must
memorized.
do this whilst hanging from a round planet head outward into space and with a wind of ether blowing at no one knows how many miles a second through every interstice of my body. The plank has no solidity of substance. To step on it is like stepping on a swarm of flies.
Well, okay, hold on. We'll restart this recording. Let me see if I can figure out what's going on. Oh, do you know what it is? I've got the witness itself as a source. So there.
Shall I not slip through?
All right, now let's restart the recording.
I am standing on the threshold about to enter a room. It is a complicated business. In the first place, I must shove against an atmosphere pressing with a force of 14 pounds on every square inch of my body. I must make sure of landing on a plank, traveling at 20 miles a second around the sun. A fraction of a second too early or too late, the plank would be miles away. I must do this whilst hanging from a round planet head outward into space and with a wind of ether blowing at no one knows how many miles a second through every interstice of my body. The plank has no solidity of substance. To step on it is like stepping on a swarm of flies. Shall I not slip through? No. If I make the venture, one of the flies hits me and gives me a boost up again. I fall again and am knocked upwards by another fly, and so on. I may hope that the net result will be that I remain about steady, but if, unfortunately, I should slip through the floor or be boosted too violently up to the ceiling, the occurrence would be not a violation of the laws of nature, but a rare coincidence. These are some of the minor difficulties. I ought really to look at the problem four-dimensionally as concerning the intersection of my world line with that of the plank. Then again, it is necessary to determine in which direction the entropy of the world is increasing in order to make sure that my passage over the threshold is an entrance, not an exit. Verily, It is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a scientific man to pass through a door. And whether the door be barn door or church door, it might be wiser that he should consent to be an ordinary man and walk in, rather than wait till all the difficulties involved in a really scientific ingress are resolved. Arthur Eddington, 1927.
There we go. That's our first log. You can see we're in this fortress on an island. So the game is pretty mysterious, Martin. It's kind of an experience you just have to uncover as you go, but you just start off on this abandoned island and start solving puzzles and finding recordings. Of course I can move the webcam. We'll take it to the upper right for this game. Boom. Easy peasy. Our next audio log is right here.
Through many births, I have wandered on and on, searching for, but never finding, the builder of this house.
All right, so now let's head this way. So remember, I moved that cable after unlocking the main gate, and it has opened this gate here. So let's see what's back here. Not recorded, Martin. I did not. I know how to I've 100%ed it like myself in my own time. So we get here, but we don't know how to solve this puzzle yet. We haven't learned the rule. So we'll learn it pretty quickly, but for now, let's head out. The way we came. And keep going down the path. We got a branch here to the left, and again, we've got a panel we don't know how to solve. We have not learned those rules yet. So, let's just keep going until we get here. So this is what teaches us about the hexagons inside the lines. So, they both blink. That one blinks. But if I cover them both, it solves the puzzle. So, I love the way this game teaches you the rules through puzzles. So obviously the trick with the hexagons is that we have to cover them all. As long as the line we draw covers all of the hexagons, we will be fine. Shoot. There we go. That's the ticket. So now that we know that rule, we can actually go back and do this side gate. Maya, hi! Haven't seen you in ages, it feels like. I think you're just not into the horror games, which is what we've been doing a lot of lately. Yes, Steven, I'm starting from the beginning. Third time's the charm, as they say. So, This one's more complicated. This one's a little more complicated, but it doesn't really matter because we know that what we need to do is hit all the hexagons, and that opens up the gate. Our next audio log is right here.
Of all the communities available to us, there's not one I would want to devote myself to, except for the Society of True Searchers, which has very few living members at any time. Albert Einstein, 1924.
We also find our first isolated panel here. There's a new symbol here, but we're going to start learning a rule. So, can actually kind of deduce what it is just on the first one. So, that line works. But that one doesn't. That violates the triangle. That one also doesn't work. But this one does. So there will be more of these that'll kind of reinforce the rule, but I can tell you that the rule is for a triangle, however many triangles there are, that's the number of sides you have to cover. So this square with a triangle in it, we can only pass on one side, which makes this the only solution for that little panel. So there you go. Dilly dilly. All right, now let's solve this one. So it's the same basic idea. We got hexagons again, but you'll notice there's some breaks in the maze, so I have to draw a slightly different line in order to cover them all. This should do the trick. And we opened up that one, and we're deposited right back outside. So we've learned hexagons and triangles, but that's still not good enough to solve this puzzle, so we'll come back later. There's another little tutorial here, but before we mess with this, there's also our next audio log right here.
The physicist Wolfgang Pauli once spoke of two limiting conceptions, both of which have been extraordinarily fruitful in the history of human thought, although no genuine reality corresponds to them. At one extreme is the idea of an objective world, pursuing its regular course in space and time independently of any kind of observing subject. This has been the guiding image of modern science. At the other extreme is the idea of a subject, mystically experiencing the unity of the world and no longer confronted by an object or by any objective world. This has been the guiding image of Asian mysticism. Our thinking moves somewhere in the middle, between these two limiting conceptions. We should maintain the tension resulting from these two opposites. Werner Heisenberg, 1974.
Jonathan Blow did do some of the voices. I don't know who else there is, but all right. So we got black and white. So that doesn't work. That doesn't work. That does. Next one. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. That does. So through trial and error, what we learn is that the rule is that white and black have to be separated. So sure enough, as we proceed through these panels, as long as the line we draw cleanly separates black and white, the puzzle is nicely solved. So even as they get more complex, the rules stay the same. Just separate white from black and you're good to go. So now we have learned all the rules we need to open this door back here. Let's jog back here. So this combines the two, but the principle is the same. We need to cover all the hexagons and separate white from black in whatever line we draw. So it's not terribly complex. You see there the blacks have all been separated from the whites, and we've covered all the hexagons. And sure enough, the vault door opens. So we walk in here. There's the game is also full of Easter eggs, like just cool visual effects, like oh, suddenly the tree. But so inside the vaults, you open these boxes, and you get these codes, which I am going to screenshot for my own later reference, just using my phone camera. Because it's going to be a while before we do it, but there's a place where we enter these codes once we find them. So, alright, there we go. Now, just to avoid a truly inordinate amount of backtracking, we're going to sprint to the mountain so we can learn something important. And then carry forward with it as we go. You can see the island is fairly sizable. This mountain here kind of winds up being the focal point. I'm going to ignore everything else. I'm just sprinting to the top of the mountain. Because there's something we learn up there that is critical to the rest of our journey. You know, Steven, I don't know if you watched any of my prior attempts, so to speak, but the way I always describe this game to people, just when I play it, it feels like my brain is getting a massage. Oh, wrong way. I adore this game. There's just something really, really relaxing and soothing about playing it. And I still don't really know what it means. I think that's honestly kind of up to the viewer, but or the player, but it's great. I love it. So, god damn it, hold on, an email. Oh, shut up, Carla. It's a work email. Not one I need to answer, but an annoying one. So, up on the top of the mountain, the game teaches you something here too. So, you've got a panel right here where it's pretty easy to just draw a line, but if you look down, it's visually designed so you can see that river down at the bottom of the mountain as well. And what you should notice is that literally anywhere, even if there's not a panel in front of you, you can pull up your pointer. So what this is actually showing you is environmental puzzles. So we need to look for that symbol in the world, and anytime we can draw it, It's a whole new kind of puzzle. So now you can see we've got a new statistic. We've solved 27 panels, but that +1 is telling us we have solved our first environmental puzzle. So just to get it out of the way, I'm going to trigger what I think is the longest audio log in the game up here on the mountaintop. And I'm going to run back to the entrance area while it plays.
You go around every hour and a half, time after time after time. You wake up usually in the mornings, and just the way that the track of your orbits go, you wake up over the Mideast, over North Africa. As you eat breakfast, you look out the window as you're going past, and there's the Mediterranean area, and Greece, and Rome, and North Africa, and the Sinai, the whole area. And you realize that in one glance, that what you're seeing is what was the whole history of man for years, the cradle of civilization. And you go around down across North Africa and out over the Indian Ocean and look up at that great subcontinent of India pointed down toward you as you go past it. And Ceylon off to the side, Burma, Southeast Asia, out over the Philippines, and up across that monstrous Pacific Ocean. Vast body of water. You've never realized how big that is before. And you finally come up across the coast of California and look for those friendly things. Los Angeles and Phoenix and on across El Paso. And there's Houston. There's home. And you look, and sure enough, there's the Astrodome. And you identify with that, you know? It's an attachment. And down across New Orleans, and then looking down to the south, and there's the whole peninsula of Florida laid out. And all the hundreds of hours you spent flying across that route, down in the atmosphere, all that is friendly again. And you go out across the Atlantic Ocean and back across Africa. And you do it again, and again, and again. And that identity, that you identify with Houston, and then you identify with Los Angeles, and Phoenix, and New Orleans, and everything. And the next thing you recognize in yourself is you're identifying with North Africa. You look forward to that. You anticipate it. And there it is. That whole process begins to shift of what it is you identify with. When you go around it in an hour and a half, you begin to recognize that your identity is with that whole thing. And that makes a change. You look down there, and you can't imagine how many borders and boundaries you crossed again and again and again. And you don't even see them. At that wake-up scene, the Mideast, you know there are hundreds of people killing each other over some imaginary line that you can't see. From where you see it, the thing is a whole, and it's so beautiful. And you wish you could take one from each side in hand and say, look at it from this perspective. Look at that. What's important? And so a little later on, your friend, again those same neighbors, another astronaut, the person next to you goes out to the moon. And now he looks back and sees the Earth not as something big where he can see the beautiful details, but he sees the Earth as a small thing out there. And now that contrast between that bright blue and white Christmas tree ornament and that black sky, that infinite universe, really comes through. The size of it, the significance of it, it becomes both things. It becomes so small and so fragile, and such a precious little spot in that universe that you can block it out with your thumb. And you realize that on that small spot, that little blue and white thing is everything that means anything to you. All of history and music and poetry and art and war and death and birth and love, tears, joy, games, all of it is on that little spot out there that you can cover with your thumb.
To answer your question, Martin, I ran here while the log was playing because this environmental puzzle is kind of a pain in the butt. It's on I think, a 45-minute cycle. The clouds move around, but when you time it right, you can solve another environmental puzzle. So I'm thinking, from the way the clouds are moving, that we're close to being able to solve it. So this is a good place to listen out this very long audio log, and we'll solve the puzzle the second we can.
And you realize that perspective, that you've changed. That there's something new there. That relationship is no longer what it was. And then you look back on the time when you were outside on that EVA, and those few moments that you had the time because the camera malfunctioned, that you had the time to think about what was happening. And you recall staring out there at the spectacle that went before your eyes. Because now, you're no longer inside something with a window looking out at a picture. But now you're out there, and what you've got around your head is a goldfish bowl, and there are no limits here. There are no frames. There are no boundaries. You're really out there, over it, floating, going 25,000 miles per hour, ripping through space, a vacuum, and there's not a sound. There's a silence, the depth of which you've never experienced before. And that silence contrasts so markedly with the scenery and the speed with which you know you're going. That contrast, the mix of those two things, really comes through. And you think about what you're experiencing and why.
While we're up here,
Do you deserve this? This fantastic experience? Have you earned this in some way? Are you separated out to be touched by God to have some special experience here that other men cannot have? You know the answer to that is no. There's nothing that you've done that deserves that earned that. It's not a special thing for you. You know very well at that moment, and it comes through to you so powerfully, that you're the sensing element for man. You look down and see the surface of that globe that you've lived on all this time, and you know all those people down there. They are like you. They are you. And somehow you represent them when you are up there. A sensing element. That point out on the end. And that's a humbling feeling. It's a feeling that says you have a responsibility. It's not for yourself. The eye that doesn't see does not do justice to the body. That's why it's there. That's why you're out there.
I'm just going to pause it so I can talk without interrupting, but I'm going to go ahead and solve this panel. Just remember what I said about the rule. So I'll show you that if I trace the line that three sides the triangle, the single triangle, it doesn't work. And when I do a one side, it does. So we learn the rule as we find these panels around the island.
And somehow you recognize that you're a piece of this total life. You're out on that forefront and you have to bring that back somehow. And that becomes a rather special responsibility.
Does work.
It tells you something about your relationship with this thing we call life. And when you come back, there's a difference in that world now. There's a difference in that relationship between you and that planet. And you and all those other forms of life on that planet. Because you've had that kind of experience. It's a difference. And it's so precious. And all through this, I've used the word you because it's not me. It's not Dave Scott. It's not Dick Gordon, Pete Conrad, John Glenn. It's you. It's us. It's we. It's life. It's had that experience. And it's not just my problem to integrate. It's not my challenge to integrate, my joy to integrate. It's yours. It's everybody's. Russell Schweikart, 1975.
All right, there's the, I think, second longest thing we need to listen to. There's one that literally takes 90 minutes. That'll be tomorrow for sure. Not tomorrow, that'll be weekend for sure. But here's another audio log. This one's not as long.
The most beautiful experience we can have is the mysterious. It is the fundamental emotion that stands at the cradle of true art and true science. Whoever does not know it, and can no longer wonder, no longer marvel, is as good as dead, and his eyes are dimmed. It was the experience of mystery, even if mixed with fear, that engendered religion. A knowledge of the existence of something we cannot penetrate. Our perceptions of the profoundest reason and the most radiant beauty, which only in their most primitive forms are accessible to our minds. It is this knowledge and this emotion that constitute true religiosity. In this sense, and in this alone, I am a deeply religious man. I cannot conceive of a God who rewards and punishes his creatures, or has a will of the kind that we experience in ourselves. Neither can I, nor would I, want to conceive of an individual that survives his physical death. Let feeble souls, from fear or absurd egoism, cherish such thoughts. I am satisfied with the mystery of the eternity of life, and with the awareness and a glimpse of the marvelous structure of the existing world, together with the devoted striving to comprehend a portion, be it ever so tiny, of the reason that manifests itself in nature. Albert Einstein, 1931.
Okay, so the environmental puzzles we solved, you saw the energy like leave and go into this pillar. So the ones, there are 6 pillars on the island, and they all start out solid black with none of these drawings. But then when you solve the first environmental puzzle, these appear, and they show you the shape of the environmental puzzles that exist and the rough direction you need to go. Obviously, each one of them has 6 sides, and so just for an example, we have 4 puzzles to solve in that general direction. So if we look here, the ones that are in gold are the ones we have solved. So that's that river puzzle, the very first one, and that's the cloud puzzle, which we happened to time while listening to the audio logs. So the pillars are your guide to the environmental puzzles. There are 6 pillars, and there are 135 environmental puzzles, of which we've solved 2. So we're at 28 of 524, and we're at 2 of 135. It's alright, though. Now that we have learned about environmental puzzles, let's track back this way. So, look at those clouds. It's pretty freaking obvious, but we can't get through the gray cloud. We'll have to come back here later. The movies are great too. I might show all the movies except the one that got me an actual copyright strike, because they're really like philosophical and profound and all that jazz. But alrighty, as we run back through here, I'll show you this just so you can see an example. This is one of the 6 pillars where we haven't solved any of the environmental puzzles yet. It's just solid black. Nothing to see anywhere. And here is another audio log.
Your question is the most difficult in the world. It is not a question I can answer simply with yes or no. I am not an atheist. I do not know if I can define myself as a pantheist. The problem involved is too vast for our limited minds. May I not reply with a parable? The human mind, no matter how highly trained, cannot grasp the universe. We are in the position of a little child entering A huge library filled with books in many languages. The child knows someone must have written those books. It does not know how. It does not understand the languages in which they are written. The child dimly suspects a mysterious order in the arrangement of the books, but doesn't know what that is. That, it seems to me, is the attitude of the most intelligent human toward God. Albert Einstein, 1930.
So as we're tracking back, you can see another environmental puzzle here, which zips right into this pillar. And so, just to illustrate, when you solve the first one in an area, you get the little maps of everything there is to solve. All right, let's head back to the starting fortress, armed with knowledge about environmental puzzles. We can head up here. There's a pretty obvious one. Can see pretty obvious one here. With those done, we can actually track back inside. Martin, are you on Reddit? Because there is now an entire subreddit dedicated to people spying those puzzles in real life. Here's one. If we go back to the very, very beginning, position ourselves correctly. There's one here too. And finally, as we roll out, you might have noticed a path over here. We can solve one there too. Time to do more literal puzzle solving, but as we run over here, we find another one of these panels. So this is the first time we've seen more than one triangle. There are two in this box, so there are only two solutions. And they both work. But what should be immediately glaringly obvious is you have to go two sides of this square in order for the puzzle solution to work. Work email. Sorry. We have accomplished service of a subpoena. That's a good thing. All right. So you can see one here, but that little black dot is in the way. So we can't do anything with it just yet. It's alright though. So this is going to learn us something else. Some puzzles will draw symmetrical lines based on where we start. So we can open the door, and as you can probably tell, there are 1, 2, 3, 4 different ways we can do it. The way I just solved it has lifted that yellow vase or vase, depending where you're from and what kind of English you speak and what accent you have. But that's actually the correct solution. Because when it is raised, when the yellow one is raised, we can solve that environmental puzzle, which is awesome. I have not played Braid. I've heard about it. I really want to play it. Jonathan Blow's first game that got him the budget to make The Witness, but I have not played Braid myself, no. Here we go. Alright, so now we're in what looks like a pottery factory. We got vases out here, we've got a kiln here. But where can we find a puzzle to solve? Oh, that would be right here. So we're learning a new rule about symmetry. Sometimes activating one line will activate another one. And we will have to draw 2 parallel lines to solve, well, not parallel, but symmetrical lines in order to solve the puzzle. And even when the game makes it more complicated, no matter how big the maze gets, the rule stays the same. That's the important thing to remember. So we solve all those. This opens, but this panel is still dark. But now we've got a lit cable going this way. Now we're solving puzzles on the kiln. They are symmetry puzzles. Shouldn't surprise. Gotta be here. There we go. That lights another cable. Takes us over here. There we go. And now the panels start to warp, but if you pay attention, you will notice that the second panel is identical to the first. And that means when you get to the ultra melted one, where you obviously can't see what the fuck is going on, you can still just draw the same route, because those three are identical. And now we have a new cable to follow. Out of here and up to something new. So you look at the game is also full of what you might call perspective Easter eggs. So one little thing when you get here is that the reflection of the tree roots, if you get in the right spot, which I'm having trouble doing, but they look a lot like koi fish. So here's another one of those pillars. You can see one puzzle we solved. That one's over in the glass factory. Let's roll through here. This gate is on, and this one is just a basic hexagon rule. That opens up a gate. Now this one's not online, so we obviously have other shit to do. Here's our next audio log. These are obviously panels with puzzles we'll have to solve, but let's listen to the audio log.
Formerly, you appeared to me, O Lord, as invisible by every creature because you are a hidden, infinite God. Infinity, however, is incomprehensible by every means of comprehending. Later, you appeared to me as visible by all. For a thing exists only as you see it, and it would not actually exist unless it saw you. For your vision confers being, since your vision is your essence.
Just pointing out, we have an environmental puzzle here.
Thus, my God, you are equally invisible and visible.
We have the reflection there. We'll have to solve the proper one when we have the right vantage.
As you are invisible. As the creature is, which exists only insofar as the creature sees you, you are visible. You, therefore, my invisible God, are seen by all, and in all sight you are seen by everyone who sees. You who are invisible, who are both absolute from everything visible and infinitely super exalted, are seen in every visible thing and in every act of vision. Therefore, I must leap across this wall of invisible vision to where you are to be found. But this wall is both everything and nothing. For you, who confront as if you were both all things and nothing at all, dwell inside that high wall which no natural ability can scale by its own power. Nicholas of Cusa, 1453.
All right. So we've got a panel here. It's a symmetry one, and what you can see is the rocks kind of show us a map. So let's try just going straight. Doesn't work. Let's try outer edge. Doesn't work, but you can see the rocks. So if we trace the rocks, well, that's the solution. So now we come here. It complicates it a little bit by obscuring the rocks, but that doesn't matter. We can still see everything we need to see. Just keep tracking to the next panel. Now this complicates things again, because the map isn't directly behind the panel, but that's okay. We can still trace it. So we've got a 2, a 1, a 3, and a 2. This one is asymmetrical, but it's not that complicated. You just have to make sure you capture everything. Like that. Then you get here, and you see more of those pillows with that weird symbol on them. And you look here, can't really see anything. We used those in earlier puzzles. But this actually teaches you something else, which is, namely, that if you can get to both sides of a panel, the puzzles are reversible. So on the back side, trace those palm trees, and you've solved it. Those are optional, but in terms of solving our 524, each one of them counts, and we're up to 47. Now let's start looking at the others. So here we combine symmetry with hexagons. Good thing we know both these rules. So just make sure that the line you draw covers everything. Like so. New line. So now we've got colors. So blue has to cover blue, yellow has to cover yellow has to cover yellow. That's pretty straightforward. Got started the other way. So one thing you'll quickly notice is that whichever line you start is the blue one. And then you can also get generic hexagons, which don't need to be either particular color. There. That'll do it. Whew! An email. Not work. Praise Jesus. As it were. Alright. Next. Just keep following the cables we light. And we get here. Oh, it's gotta be here. There. So now, if you're paying attention, you can see the yellow one starting to fade. Not good. So we can still see it here. Can even still see it here, but now we get an identical panel and the yellow is completely invisible. So, wait, what? Oh yeah, the exit's in a different spot. So we're still drawing a yellow line. You can see we run into it if we try to go this direction. We simply cannot see it. So, and I think what we're learning is that at least vertically, the yellow is running opposite us now, because otherwise we'd run into it here. So, left-right axis is the same, but vertical axis is different. When I go up, it goes down. So, we need to do this, 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 and this. And let me see what that frigging email was. Not work. Excellent. Steve and I do remember those. They are not my jam at all. Alright, so we have an invisible yellow line, but we know that 3 in is a yellow, so we can hit it, then we can zigzag and solve the puzzle that way. Now all we have is 3 yellows. They're all invisible. But let's start with the blue. So if we track over 4, we know we hit the first one. And then we can simply stair step to the exit. No, we can't. We gotta go one more. There we go. Now we can stair step to the exit. And boom, there they go. And we've opened another gate. How do you like them apples? Okay, so a little symmetry puzzle. Just a couple of basic hexagons. That's all good. And now we can hit that environmental. There is also a fresh audio log right here.
One nature, perfect and pervading, circulates in all natures. One reality, all comprehensive, contains within itself all realities. The one moon reflects itself wherever there is a sheet of water, and all the moons in the waters are embraced within the one moon. The absolute of all the Buddhas enters into my own being, and my own being is found in union with theirs. The inner light is beyond praise and blame. Like space, it knows no boundaries. Yet it is even here, within us, ever retaining its serenity and fullness. It is only when you hunt for it that you lose it. You cannot take hold of it, but equally you cannot get rid of it. And while you can do neither, it goes on, its own way. You remain silent, and it speaks. You speak, and it is done. The great gate of charity is wide open, with no obstacles before it. Yongcha Tashi, circa 700.
All right. So those were pretty easy hexagon puzzles, but we have learned that this is about symmetry. So to solve the ones with no symbols, what we need to do is just reflect the yellow image. So we mirror that one, solves that panel. Mirror that one, solves that one. And then you gotta notice that this one has a vertical inversion as well. So you have to flip that, and then we are ready to activate our first laser. Pew pew. No, you can turn the graphic settings to low, and it should run on an old laptop. Alright, so the laser fires over to the mountain. If you look at this, we've solved every puzzle in that direction, which is awesome. There's one here. let's go solve a few more panels and learn another rule. Alright. So we've already kind of learned about visuals. So if you look at this, you've got your panel, you've got your tree there, and there's an apple on one branch. That apple is on branch number 12 from the left. So sure enough, that solves the puzzle. And you can even see there's a broken branch on the far right, and that's reflected on the panel. Let's look at this one. Again, broken branch on the far right. The apple is on branch 7 from the left. So, this one. So here, our broken branch is 2nd from the left. So we see that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The apple is on branch 8 from the left. That has opened a gate. Alright, our broken branch is 4 from the left. So this one is reversed. Broken branch is number 4. Apple is on branch 10 from the left. Now this one, we've got lots of broken branches. But they do correspond. Branch 4, broken. Branch 7, broken. Branch 14, broken. But if you look at the tree, there's not an apple. Branch 11 is missing. But here, it's on the panel. So it requires a bit of cleverness to deduce that, but someone has taken the branch with the apple. So branch 11 is the solution, and then you run up here and you see, oh look, there's the branch, there's the apple, someone sliced it, there's that kind of half sun symbol again. You look here and you see some circulatory / respiratory system diagrams of the human body. Well, okay. But that's it. So we've learned a little bit more about paying attention to visual cues. Let's head this direction now. All right. This is our next spot. The environmental puzzles aren't terribly hard to see, but you can see there are 2 here. You have to get the sunshine angle correct to get them both. Because they go both directions, as you can see. quite, but oh so close. There we go. So we got that one too. Very good. So let's head over here, where there are a few things to find. First up is an audio log.
I maintain that the cosmic religious feeling is the strongest and noblest motive for scientific research. Only those who realize the immense efforts and, above all, the devotion without which pioneer work in theoretical science cannot be achieved are able to grasp the strength of the emotion out of which alone such work, remote as it is from the immediate realities of life, can issue. What a deep conviction of the rationality of the universe, and what a yearning to understand, were it but a feeble reflection of the mind revealed in this world, Kepler and Newton must have had to enable them to spend years of solitary labor in disentangling the principles of celestial mechanics. Those whose acquaintance with scientific research is derived chiefly from its practical results easily develop a completely false notion of the mentality of the men who, surrounded by a skeptical world, have shown the way to kindred spirits scattered wide through the world and through the centuries. Only one who has devoted his life to similar ends can have a vivid realization of what has inspired these men and given them the strength to remain true to their purpose in spite of countless failures. It is cosmic religious feeling that gives a man such strength. A contemporary has said, not unjustly, that in this materialistic age of ours, the serious scientific workers are the only profoundly religious people. Albert Einstein, 1930.
All right. So we've got two puzzles to solve here. Here's one. Gotta position yourself correctly. To get through the thing. I think I actually need to back up more. There we go. There's one. And there's two. Got him. Oof. All right. So let's head down here. This has symbols we haven't seen yet. We don't know the rules for this, so we can't solve it. But let's check out the beach. There's another one of these. So this is an opportunity to confirm the rule. So if we go that way, doesn't work. If we go that way, doesn't work. If we go this way, it does. So one triangle, only pass one side. That's the thing you are supposed to learn. All right. There's one more environmental puzzle we can do. Actually, no. 3 more, my bad. The first one, however, is over here. Let me check my audio logs too. All right. That's it for logs in the desert, thankfully. The logs are the only thing I don't have more or less literally memorized. So, all right. We got an environmental puzzle over here. Gotta line it up just right. And then, as ever, draw the line. Now we can head over here to these actual ruins in the desert. Before we start doing normal panels, there are 2 more environmental puzzles we can do. And as you can see, they're dependent on the sunshine. So, gotta position ourselves so the reflection hits these 4, and we can draw that line. Then if we move over here, and position ourselves correctly, we can draw an alternative line. Oops. Come on, Travis. Left click. There you go. Alright. That's everything we can do outside for now. So let's start solving panels. So, you look at this thing. You've got a start point in the middle and 6 possible exits. Well, okay, but you get the sun on it correctly, and suddenly the reflection shows you this kind of burned out solution to the puzzle. So you draw that line, and sure enough it works. It powers up the next panel. So, same thing. Gotta use the sun. And what you can see is that the burn, as it were, does go through here, but does not extend to here. So even though it's in the shade, you can draw that line. This one, you can see the start and the finish right now. So it goes up here, makes its way down here somehow, and goes out the lower left. So you got to remember that even as you move the thing to the right. So we know we start here and we go out here. And now we can see the rest of the line, so just trace it. That powers on 3 up there. That one's pretty straightforward. And then for the others, you just have to, you gotta find get yourself to the spot where the sun reflects on them and draw the lines. Which is not actually up here for any of them. Oh. almost. Okay. So you can kind of see that this one goes like this. This one goes like that. Now this one goes like so. And now we can move this one. So let's move it right. And in order to capture the reflection, I think we need to be standing. Can't remember if it's here or if it's up another level. Might need to be at the very top. It's hard to tell. I think it's the middle level. Let's go down there. Alright, nope, let's go up again. There it is. So here, suddenly, you're just able to see it. So hit that. And we're done out here. So that last one we activated allows us to open this door to go deeper into the ruins. Oh, it's a frigging email. Hold on. Alright, we're good. All's well. Hey, Reaper. I'm doing well. How are you, friend? Okay. So we've got a panel here. We can see the start. There's a zigzag there on the right. We can see, we can't tell where the start of this one is, but we know it zigs on the left. Let's see what's over here. Oh, we can turn on extra lights. That one doesn't seem to help anything. Alright, that one illuminates this whole panel, so we know that it starts here and zigs around like so. Let's hit the right one. So we know the left is a zigzag. If we look at the right, it just goes like this. Now we have to piece all three together. So, while the right light is on, find what that reflects on this little panel. It's got 3 potential start points. I don't really see anything reflected on the right. Turn on the middle light. Okay. Suddenly I see little bits of line. How about the left? Okay. So this must be the start. This has to be the start. I know it went through here, and up here, and down there. So maybe it's all the way up. Oh, I'm missing something. Maybe it's this. Okay, hold on. I feel like there is something to see on the right, and I just didn't catch the reflection. Can't see. Oh, wait. There we go. Okay, I see it now. So, we piece everything together. It's like this. There we go. And we go down another level, where we start dealing with reflections. This first one's pretty basic. You can even watch your trace in the reflection, which is nice. There are 2 environmental puzzles in this room, so don't neglect solving them. Gotta get yourself in just the right spot. Gotta hit this reflection. And then I think this one too. Now for this puzzle. So you just gotta mirror image it and trace the line, which powers on this one. Get to the right spot. All's well. Now this one requires a spot of memorization. So you can see down from the top. So you start here. Trace it like so, which powers on that one. Now this one just requires rote memorization. So you start at the top, do the left half of the hexagon, then zigzag out. Like so. Now we can open the next door. Go down another level. Oh, this one is a pain in the ass. This whole fucking sequence, man. It's rough. So, the big idea here is that you can manipulate the water level. And depending where it is, that'll show you the solutions to some of the puzzles. Let's do the environmental puzzle first. There's one right here. You gotta hit it while the water is draining. You can track it this way. Just keep going. Wait for the drainage. Wait for it. And we got it. Besides that, you can see now, of a sudden, we're able to see the reflection, so. Just trace it. Can, I think, almost do the same thing with that one, but you need it in motion to actually spot it, so bring the water level back up. Just wait until you see the right image. And there it is. All right. Now we got one here. Can't tell where I might be able to find the reflection. Let's just drop it again. I'm gonna wait here. I have a good feeling about this spot. As the water level drops. Come on. There's got to be a spot where we can see it. Da fuck, as they say. Let's bring it back up. Just kind of gotta run around and find the spot where the reflection actually shows up. It's a pain in the ass, but I mean, it is what it is. Oh, wait. Looks like we can actually see it from back here. Let's drop it again. There we go. Alright, so top left, trace the bottom. Or top right, as it were, like so. Maybe the other way? Maybe like this. Gotta invert it. There it is! Found it. Alright. Next. back up. Find the reflection. It's not here, is it? No. Okay, it's right around here. I can see it. I think it's right around here. Oh, no, no, no. Wait, there it is. Okay. Bottom. Sig over. So it's like this. Other way, maybe. Could be this too. Alright, sorry, I need to see it again. But at least I found the spot where I can see it, right? It's over here. Jesus Christ, 3 emails. Alright, so here it comes. So it's out the top, start at the bottom, up to the center. Oh yeah, and then down on the right and up out the top. Okay. So like... Oh, I have to have it down to even operate that one, it seems. It's like that. Yes! Suddenly I see this one. And that just leaves this big fella right here. Let's watch the reflection from here, first of all. Okay, so see... We're here. I couldn't see the rest. So yeah, that's not it, but so we gotta kind of piece it together from different perspectives, right? So we know where the start point is. And as we watch it, we can see that that's the first half. We gotta find a different side. see the second half, but it goes like this. It goes down, up, down. Not like that. It goes like that. That much we know. So we just need to find a spot where we can see the second half. Not even sure where that might be. Over here? Nope. Here? Maybe here. It's the only spot I can actually see anything. No, not seeing it. Here, there we go. Okay, now I see it. So it just zigs through the top. So it's start here, up here, down, through the middle, then out like that. Boom! Got it! Opens the gate. Through we go. Each panel counts as a puzzle, Martin. So we've solved 100 already. Out of 524. Alright, so same idea here. Just see it, track through. Same thing here. Pretty basic. Stays on the bottom. This one you have to mirror, right? So it goes up and over and down and over. Uh-oh. Fucked up. But where? Where's the fuck up? Let me check this corner. Yeah, no. So that's right. So top half is like so. There we go. That opened one lock. Let's look at this one now. So this one is intriguing. So you have to look at the reflection here to memorize it. So it's right, because we can't draw the puzzle on this side. So it's over to the right, then stair step down, then up and out. But to solve it, we have to cross back here. So just reverse that. Over to the left, stair step down, then up and out. And now we are able to move this. We can come over here and just watch the reflection to see how this one goes, which is delightfully basic. And that unlocks the laser. So to get the last environmental puzzle in this area, do not stand in the elevator. Just activate the laser from here. Watch it rise. When it's finished, we can draw the environmental puzzle like so. and just make our way out of the desert ruins the way we came. Dilly dilly. So here we are, and the desert laser should be just about ready to activate. There it goes. And you'll notice it doesn't go to the mountain. This is where the elevator would have taken us. BT dub. In case you were curious. Alright. Let's track that laser a little. We'll solve a few pain-in-the-ass environmental puzzles right quick. Here's the windmill. So we go over here. We know the rules to open it. Just gotta hit all the hexagons, but cleverly what actually happens is we just have to draw a windmill. So we've got something here. We go that way. But the windmill doesn't move. If we do the other solution, well, the windmill starts moving. That's important, because the windmill has 3 environmental puzzles on it. Let's track back here. I think the top of the tower is a good place to solve them. I could be wrong, but yeah, no, this is good. Except, no, this is not actually where I want to be. Over here, maybe? Alright, so if you go look at the blades, you'll notice that there's just one we can actually track down. So let's hit this one. I'm going to try to do the harder one first. So there are 3 environmental puzzles on this one. So start on that blade and you can ride down to here. You can then hit the second blade. Oops. Trying to remember how they work. I know you start here. Then you can hop onto the second blade if you catch it just right. Like so. So that's one solution. That's the easy one. But what we actually want to do is ride this one all the way around. Then we can hop off here on the left side. We can hide down here and avoid the broken blade. Then we can hop on to the fourth and final blade up here. And that's the most complex of the three solved. Now let's do the second most complex, which is very similar, but simply requires a little bit less waiting. So, start on the one we can start on and hop off here. Hop on to blade number 2, and just like before, we gotta ride it all the way around. I'm glad you like it, Steven. I find it a little tedious, the way it makes you wait, but it's almost half the point of the game a lot of the time. So now we can hop off again. This time our wait's a little shorter. We'll hop onto the broken blade and solve the second puzzle, like so. Finally, hop onto the starter again. This one's faster, I promise. Because here, we just gotta hop off and hit the second blade. Like, give it a minute. Like so. So now, we're done fucking around with the windmill, I promise. But if we head over to this pillar... Oh, I'll show you. Don't worry. It's where we're headed right now. We've solved all 3 of the windmill puzzles. This is a good time to talk about the lake. Actually, let me, before I do that, let me just eyeball the pillar to make sure I didn't miss anything over in the desert. I don't think I did, but... Oh, I did. I missed one environmental puzzle that we can get right now, so let's go grab it. The very last one requires the boat, which we don't have yet, but I did miss one here. Let's get it. The spot to stand is right about here. There we go. Alright, so if we go look over here, we should have solved all but one puzzle. That one right there, which requires the boat. But we've got everything else, which is awesome. No, wrong way. How are we doing? 107 of 524 and 27 of 135. Plenty left to do. That's okay. Let me eyeball the pillar here in town. I think I already grabbed this log, didn't I? I think so. Yeah, I did. We can listen again, though.
Your question is the most difficult in the world. It is not a question I can answer simply with yes or no. I am not an atheist. I do not know if I can define myself as a pantheist. The problem involved is too vast for our limited minds. May I not reply with a parable? The human mind, no matter how highly trained, cannot grasp the universe. We are in the position of a little child entering a huge library full of books in many languages.
So,
the child knows
there's an environmental puzzle here.
Books,
it's pretty easy to see.
How. Does not understand the languages.
Gotta get those connected.
The child dimly suspects a mysterious order in the arrangement of the books, but doesn't know what that is. That, it seems to me, is the attitude of the most intelligent human.
And there are two right there.
Albert Einstein, 1930.
So the pond is more or less correspondent to a map of the entire island. The lamps are the lasers. So the lit ones are lasers we've activated. So this would be Symmetry Island, and this would be the desert. Those are the two we've activated. These flowers are the recordings. So this is the entry fort. There were 4 logs there, and we found them all. The flowers are open. Over here, in the areas we haven't been yet, you will see that the flowers are closed. The clams are the vaults, of which we've only solved one, but you can see that that's open. And the fountains, you can see, are the 6 pillars. Whenever we have solved a full suite of environmental puzzles, the fountains will go full blast, which I will take a moment to show you when it happens. And finally, the little orange leaves are actually the discarded triangle panels we've seen. So there was one in the side area of the entry fort, and what happens is when you find them, those little leaves actually disappear. So wherever you see those, there's one of those panels you have not yet solved. So there you go. Let's move along. We know how to do this. We just have to separate white from black. This, however, we don't know the rule yet. Let's do a few more environmental puzzles. So, it's all about perspective. It's almost like solving Riddler puzzles in Batman, but you see this metal one right here. Can solve that and that hits. Oh look, another pillar right here. There are several here. There are a couple more environmentals I want to do right now, and then we'll get to learning. Not exactly learning more rules, but so if you position yourself just right, the flowers arrange themselves into an environmental puzzle here. And the same thing is true somewhere around here. I know there are two of these. There's definitely one in the purples. I just have to... There it is. There we go. Boom. Dilly dilly. All right. I'm glad you like this game, Reaper. I love it. I think it's really freaking cool. Okay. So we'll go back to solving panels for now. Here in the autumn forest, or the shady trees, as it's been variously called by players of the game. Got to track down a panel that's actually lit. Here's the first one. So you can see the trees are casting a shadow here, so... What's pretty visually obvious here is that you have to steer your line to avoid the shadows. Do the same thing with this one. Now this one, we can't see everything. That's because the gate is closed. So let's open the gate. And then, suddenly, we can see the puzzle. And we can properly avoid the shadows. Like so. Now that opens up a path into the quarry. But we're not going to mess with that yet. Quarry's pretty advanced. We need to learn more rules before we can actually solve it. So, here, you've got shadows from the building, but... that's just there to throw you off. What we've seen is the shadows that matter are the ones from the tree branches. Same thing here. and here. Now this one's fun. Sometimes the simple solution is the correct one. So again, you just gotta navigate around the tree shadows while not getting thrown by the buildings. And now you'll notice that it splits. Let's go left first. Over here. So this gets a little complicated, but you can still see the pattern. So this metal object is blocking half the panel, but if you look at it, you can still pretty clearly see the trace. So we'll go until we run out, and then just follow the light as you see it on the metal, like so. Now this one is split basically into three, but you can see we start off going left. We go left another space, then we go, no. The best thing to do is try and just mirror it. So we start in the center, we go left, up, we go right two, down, right, down, then left and out. So like so. Down, right, down, left, and out. You can see the pattern on the metal, you just have to kind of transpose it onto the panel. Same idea here. This much is obvious. Then it's down, left, down, over, up two, right, up and out. Same thing here. Although we've got two starting points. So we got to decide, but only one ending, so we got to decide what makes sense. So we got to be over two here, so everything is basically just shifted one spot to the right. So this is our actual starting point. Left, down, left two, up, left, up, right, two, up, right, up, left, and out. Now this one, the shadow is pretty far away. So start with the actual panel, what we can easily see, and then just look up here. It's down two, left one, down two, right one, up one, right, up and out. Like so, you can see the shadow right there. Now before the next panel, we have an audio log to listen to, and I need to use the restroom. So enjoy while the audio log. You enjoy the log while I use the restroom.
In a sense, what modern physics is to the history of Western thought, Zen is to the development of the Eastern worldview, the ultimate refinement of more than 2,000 years of incisive debate, discussion, and critical development. Yet the difference between the two could hardly be more marked. Whereas physics is interested above all in theories, concepts, and formulas, Zen values only the concrete and the simple. Zen wants facts, not in the Western sense of things that are measurable and numerical, which are in fact abstractions, but as living, immediate, and tangible. Its approach to understanding is not to theorize, because it recognizes that previously accumulated ideas and knowledge, in other words, memories of all kinds, block the direct perception of reality. Therefore, Zen adopts an unusual approach. Its buildup involves language, which is unavoidable. Any method, even if it turns out to be an anti-method, has first to convey some background in order to be effective. But the way Zen uses language is always to point beyond language, beyond concepts to the concrete. David Darling, 1996.
Thank you for that. Appreciate the wait. And a couple of emails. Not work. Thank fucking Christ. Also not work. Good. Grabbed a couple more sodas too. Don't reckon anyone minds. Diet Squirt is the drink of choice today. Now, I actually want to hear that one, so I'm just going to replay it even as we go solve more puzzles.
In a sense, what modern physics is to the history of Western thought, Zen is to the development of the Eastern worldview, the ultimate refinement of more than 2,000 years of incisive debate, discussion, and critical development.
So this
Yet
shadow is on the
difference between
rock.
The two could hardly be more marked. Whereas physics is interested above all in theories,
Left,
concepts,
up,
and
left,
formulas.
down.
Zen
it's-
values only the concrete and the simple. Zen wants facts, not in the
Left
Western
two.
sense of things that are measurable and numerical, which are in fact abstractions, but as living, immediate,
And
and tangible.
Left, up,
Its
right,
approach to
up and
understanding
out.
is not to theorize, because
So-
it recognizes that previously accumulated ideas and knowledge, in other words, memories of all kinds, block the direct perception of reality.
Boom.
Therefore, Zen adopts an unusual approach. Its buildup involves language, which is unavoidable. Any method, even if it turns out to be an anti-method, has first to convey some background
Up,
in order to be
left
effective.
two, up
But the
two,
way Zen
right,
uses language
down,
is always
right
to point
two,
beyond language, beyond
down,
concepts to the concrete.
right, down,
David Darling,
left,
1996.
down, left two, up, left, down. You can just basically trace it off of this little wooden structure here. And then this one. Just try and transpose where you have to, but it's better if you can avoid actually getting locked into the panel. So it's, yeah, so it's like this. Start up, right, down. I think right all the way, looks like. Then up and left two, up, left, up, right two, down, up, left, and out. Yes! We got it. Perfection. So that has opened. I'll run and show you right quick. You can track this cable all the way back here. That's opened up one gate, but we need to open the other in order to solve that final panel. So let's go all the way back to that initial split, and now let's turn right. Now the rule has changed. Instead of avoiding the shadow, we need to trace the shadow. Pretty obvious, honestly. This first one just gives you a very direct line to draw. This one does too. It's a little ziggy-zaggy, but it's still not hard to see. Same thing here. It's a little warped, but just trace the shadow. Same thing here. You just have to find the continuous path. Oh. Maybe it's like this. There we go. Now this one's fun. You can see that break there, which might confuse you unless you notice that the shadows touch here. And that's the last one, which opens up the second gate here. So, sequestered here is our next audio log.
66 times have these eyes beheld the changing scene of autumn. I have said enough about moonlight. Ask no more. Only listen to the voice of pines and cedars when no wind stirs. Leonin, 1711.
Alrighty. So when they're both open, make sure you position your character so that his shadow doesn't interfere. And basically, it just merges the two. So the right half is about avoiding shadows, and the left half is about tracing them. So this is actually a lot simpler than you might think. Just have to follow the line it draws for you. And that powers up laser number 3. Pew pew. Boom. Alrighty. All right. Our next target is going to be the jungle. There's a lot to do there in terms of environmental puzzles and audio logs. First things first. Let's hit an audio log. There are 2 right here on the entrance path. And while they're playing, I'm going to solve environmental puzzles at the front of the monastery.
The glass is transparent, the wine transparent. The 2 are similar, the affair confused. There seems to be wine
Start simple.
and no glass, or glass and no wine. Sahib bin Abad, circa 990.
So let's play the other one.
We join spokes together in a wheel, but it is the center hole that makes the wagon move. We shape clay into a pot, but it is the emptiness inside that holds whatever we want. We hammer wood for a house, but it is the inner space that makes it livable. We work with being, but non-being is what we use. Lao Tzu, 6th century BC.
So I don't have that one lined up right. Shoot. These are tough, but you just have to kind of trial and error and position yourself so you can trace the entire line. I think we actually need to be closer. But not so close that those leaves get in the way. Close, but no cigar. This looks good. I think I got it. There we go. There's that one. All right. Now there are 2 on this side. And then the most complex one. Let me see if I can get it. There we go. And we gotta get this one. You can see all the end points, right? There are 2 more. Where do we go to get this one? Oh, I think I got it. And then you can also see an end point here. Where do we go for that one, you ask? I think that one we actually go up to the pillar. Looks pretty good here, but I don't see how we actually draw the line. Well, let's do another one right here. That one's pretty easy. There are I know what those 3 are. So there are 2 more at the actual entrance. Let's go get them. The pillar's actually a very useful guide here. There's one more to the left. And then that last one on the right. Where the fuck do we stand to get that bad boy? I think this is it. Yep, got it. Alright. Now that should be all 3 from the monastery entrance. Or all of them from the entrance. Let me just triple check, as it were. Yeah, these other 3 are inside the monastery, so we are good. Now we'll start solving puzzles here in the jungle in just a minute. There are a few little things we can do first. One of which is, as you might have guessed, yet another environmental puzzle. Just gotta line it up exactly right. And there we go. Now the other one, I believe, requires us to actually solve some puzzles in the monastery after learning the rules. Yeah, so there's another one we can form here, but we can't hit the end point until we open that gate. So let's head into the jungle. Well, there's a lot to do. First thing, there's another one of these. We can confirm the rule here. 1 triangle, 1 side. That works. That doesn't. That doesn't. 1 triangle, 1 pass. That's how it goes. Now if we head out here, there's an audio log and a neat perspective Easter egg. I say Easter egg, I think it's actually part of the game like everything else, but here's the log. So listen.
O Lord God, helper of those who seek you,
Look at the
I
shadow.
see you in the garden of paradise, and I do not know what I see, because I see nothing visible.
Reaching for the grail.
I know this alone, that I know that I do not know what I see, and that I can never know. I do not know how to name you, because I do not know what you are. Should anyone tell me that you are named by this or that name, by the fact that one gives a name, I know that it is not your name. For the wall beyond which I see you is the limit of every mode of signification by names. Should anyone express any concept by which you could be conceived, I know that this concept is not a concept of you, for every concept finds its boundary at the wall of paradise. Should anyone express any likeness and say that you ought to be conceived according to it, I know in the same way that this is not a likeness of you. So too, if anyone, wishing to furnish the means by which you might be understood, should set forth an understanding of you, one is still far removed from you. For the highest wall separates you from all these, and secludes you from everything that can be said or thought, because you are absolute from all the things
So
that
there's
can
one
fall within
environmental
any
over
concept.
here.
Nicholas of Cusa, 1453.
Just gotta... There we go. Had to back up. There's one there, and now let's go grab another recording. Here at the, or here by the dock. Can't remember exactly where it is, but it's right around here. There it is.
One day I happened to be occupied with the subject of generation of waves by wind. I took down the standard treatise on hydrodynamics, and under that heading I read, if the external forces P prime sub yy, P prime sub xy be given multiples of e to the ikx plus at, where k and a are prescribed, the equations in question determine a and c, and thence, by 9, the value of eta, and so on for 2 pages. At the end, it is made clear that a wind of less than half a mile an hour will leave the surface unruffled. At a mile an hour, the surface is covered with minute corrugations due to capillary waves which decay immediately if the disturbing cause ceases. At 2 miles an hour, the gravity waves appear. As the author modestly concludes, our theoretical investigations give considerable insight into the incipient stages of wave formation. On another occasion, the same subject of generation of waves by wind was in my mind, but this time, another book was more appropriate, and I read,
Here it is.
there are waters blown by changing winds to laughter, and lit by the rich skies all day. And after, frost, with a gesture, stays the waves that dance and wandering loveliness. He leaves a white, unbroken blue, a gathered radiance, a width, a shining peace under the night. The magic words bring back the scene. Again, we feel nature drawing close to us, uniting with us, till we are filled with the gladness of the waves dancing in the sunshine, with the awe of the moonlight on the frozen lake. These were not moments when we fell below ourselves. We did not look back on them and say, it was disgraceful for a man with 6 sober senses and a scientific understanding to let himself be deluded in that way. I will take Lamb's hydrodynamics with me next time. It is good that there should be such moments for us. Life would be stunted and narrow if we could feel no significance in the world around us beyond that which can be weighed and measured with the tools of the physicist or described by the metrical symbols of the mathematician. Of course, it was an illusion. We can easily expose the rather clumsy trick that was played on us. Ethereal vibrations of various wavelengths, reflected at different angles from the disturbed interface between air and water, reached our eyes, and by photoelectric action caused appropriate stimuli to travel along the optic nerves to a brain center. Here, the mind set to work to weave an impression out of the stimuli. The incoming material was somewhat meager, but the mind is a great storehouse of associations that could be used to clothe the skeleton. Having woven an impression, the mind surveyed all that it had made and decided that it was very good. The critical faculty was lulled. We ceased to analyze and were conscious only of the impression as a whole. the warmth of the air, the scent of the grass, the gentle stir of the breeze, combined with the visual scene in one transcendent impression, around us and within us. Associations emerging from their storehouse grew bolder. Perhaps we recalled the phrase, rippling laughter. Waves, ripples, laughter, gladness. The ideas jostled one another. Quite illogically, we were glad. Though what there can possibly be to be glad about in a set of ethereal vibrations no sensible person can explain. A mood of quiet joy suffused the whole impression. The gladness in ourselves was in nature, in the waves, everywhere. That's how it was. It was an illusion. Then why toy with it longer? These airy fancies which the mind, when we do not keep it severely in order, projects into the external world should be of no concern to the earnest seeker after truth. Get back to the solid substance of things, to the material of the water moving under the pressure of the wind and the force of gravitation, in obedience to the laws of hydrodynamics. But the solid substance of things is another illusion. It too is a fancy projected by the mind into the external world. We have chased the solid substance from the continuous liquid to the atom, from the atom to the electron, and there we have lost it. But at least it will be said, we have reached something real at the end of the chase, the protons and electrons. Or, if the new quantum theory condemns these images as too concrete and leaves us with no coherent images at all, at least we have symbolic coordinates and momenta and Hamiltonian functions, devoting themselves with single-minded purpose to ensuring that QP minus PQ shall be equal to IH over 2 pi. I have tried to show that by following this course we reach a cyclic scheme which, from its very nature, can only be a partial expression of our environment. It is not reality, but the skeleton of reality. Actuality has been lost in the exigencies of the chase. Having first rejected the mind as a worker of illusion, we have, in the end, to return to the mind and say, here are worlds well and truly built on a basis more secure than your fanciful illusions. But there is nothing to make any one of them an actual world. Please choose one and weave your fanciful images into it. That alone can make it actual. We have torn away the mental fancies to get at the reality beneath, only to find that the reality of that which is beneath is bound up with its potentiality of awakening these fancies. It is because the mind, the weaver of illusion, is also the only guarantor of reality, that reality is always to be sought at the base of illusion. Illusion is to reality as the smoke to the fire. I will not urge that hoary untruth, there is no smoke without fire, but it is reasonable to inquire whether, in the mystical illusions of man, there is not a reflection of an underlying reality. Arthur Eddington, 1927.
All right, so we solved a lot of environmental puzzles. There is one more somewhere in that jungle on those greens that I am having a hell of a time finding. I think this is the one. It's funny, I complain, and then bam, I find it. I think, anyway. Well, just kidding. I think I already have this one. Yep. That's not the one I'm missing. But it's like, it's got to be related to that one. Right? It's around here somewhere. Is there one here, maybe? Hmm. That's the one we already have. This looks good. Oh, nope. We got that one already too. Shoot! Where is it? I know it's just one more of these. Oh, wait. Here it is. Found it! All right. Hot damn. There we go. Okay. Now we're ready to start actually solving puzzles in the jungle. Hope you have your sound on. You need them. You need it to solve these. Let's go find the first panel that's actually lit. Listen to the sound. High, low. So, high, low. Boom. Next. High, 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 low, medium. There we go. Alright, next. Got 5. Doot, 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 doot. So it's middle, middle, high, middle, low. Now this adds a complication. Distracting sounds. Focus on the bird. Wait for it. Doot, 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 doot. So high, high, low, middle, low. Doot, 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 doot. So it's high, low, middle, middle. Ignore the distracting sounds. Wait. Do-do-do-do. So I think that was middle, low, high, middle. Do-do-do-do. Nope. Could be that. Nope. Could be this too. There we go. Do-do-do-do. The high is the long one. Now here. Do-do-do-do. So middle, middle, low, middle, high. Oh shoot. That wasn't right. Alright, focus again. Do-do-do-do. So I think this one is low, middle, low, high. Do-do-do-do. There it is. Alright. So now we can track that one. Up to here. This is on. And now we have to loop around after activating that little puzzle. So we gotta make our way all the way back around over to here. Now we got hexagons, but note they're different sizes. So high-low. This one, we can only go one order and it works. So the little ones are high. High-low. Now we got 5, and you can see. Do, 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 do. So it's mid, mid, high, mid, low. Mid, mid, high, mid, low. Do. High, mid, high, low. So it's like high, mid, high, low. Do. Do. That doesn't seem to correspond. Hold on. 2 lows, a mid, and 2 highs. Do. Okay, so it's do. So it's high, high, low, mid, high. High, high, low, mid, high. There we go. Now we've got 2 highs, 2 lows, and a mid. Again, listen. And it distracts you with the prior ones. Focus. Do. High, low, mid. High, low, mid. That doesn't work. High, low, high. Do. High, low, mid. No. High. Damn. Do. That's high, low, mid. You just have to keep listening until you sort it out. High, low, mid. Do. That's what I thought. Damn, I can't fucking hear it. Do. Gotta keep listening. Do. Nope. Thought I heard a different pattern, but I was wrong. Do. So do. Nope. Shoot. Thought I had it right that time. High, low, mid. But that's not it, because there's no friggin' way to draw that line on this one. So it is whatever the second one is that I'm mishearing. Hello, high-low, mid. No, the first one. The first one. Do 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 boo do 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 do. So do 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 do. Is this it? Do 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 do. Listen. Nope. That's not the one. This is killing me. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. So it can't be that, right? Do, do. God, why can't I hear it? This is the one. Do, do, do. That's not it. I knew that wasn't it. I don't even know why I tried that. It's all about the sound. Do 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 do. Well, it's not that one because there's only one middle. Low, high, mid, low, high. Is that it? Nope. Gotta hear it. Do 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 do. Just have to, I'm not hearing it right. I can't be. Do 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 do. That doesn't work. Wait. Wait. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Now that one has the middle last, so that's not the right one. Do 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 do. So it definitely ends on high, starts on low. But wait, hold on. What about, where's the middle pitch? Why did that one work? Hold on. I gotta actually solve this, like, in my mind. Because that was kind of guessing. Why am I not hearing the middle pitch? I hear low, high, but... Do, 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 do. That's the wrong one. Is it stringing them together? Am I actually, like, combining the sounds on this one? Or is... Huh. Well, that's it. It's like skipping over the middle one almost in the chime that matters. Listen again. Do, 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 do. But high-low, mid is clearly not it. So it's the one that ends on a high one. Okay, I guess I hear it. It's weird though. But doesn't matter. Off we go. Follow this cable we've just lit up. And watch the skies. here. And one here. And an audio log.
If we were not able
And a
or
laser.
did not desire to look in any new direction, if we did not have a doubt or recognize ignorance, we would not get any new ideas. There would be nothing worth checking because we would know what is true. So what we call scientific knowledge today is a body of statements of varying degrees of certainty. Some of them are most unsure, some of them are nearly sure, but none is absolutely certain. Scientists are used to this. We know that it is consistent to be able to live and not know. Some people say, how can you live without knowing? I do not know what they mean. I always live without knowing. That is easy.
Wait for it to turn
How
on.
you get to know is what I want to know. This freedom to doubt is an important matter in the sciences, and I believe in other fields. It was born of a struggle. It was a struggle to be permitted to doubt, to be unsure. And I do not want us to forget the importance of the struggle, and by default, to let the thing fall away. I feel a responsibility as a scientist who knows the great value of a satisfactory philosophy of ignorance, and the progress made possible by such a philosophy. Progress which is the fruit of freedom of thought. I feel a responsibility to proclaim the value of this freedom and to teach that doubt is not to be feared, but that it is to be welcomed as the possibility of a new potential for human beings. If you know that you are not sure,
There's one
you have
here,
a chance to improve the situation.
as you can see.
I want to demand this freedom for future generations. Richard Feynman, 1963.
As we head up here, we already did the cloud environmental puzzle on the timer, which is awesome. Let's get... Oh, we got that log too. Perfect. A few more environmental puzzles we can do. You can see one pretty clearly right here. Just gotta get the positioning right. And we're gonna go ahead and do 3 environmental puzzles at the very top of the mountain. Firing my pew pew. And en route, there's a vault, which we're actually able to solve. Just remember symmetry, so we've got an invisible line that's covering the yellows. So let's make sure we hit that. We also have to separate out the blacks from the whites. So let's go over here. Alright, I have to trace out the white one, right? Oh, JK. Hold on. So, there we go. Now I can head over here. Shoot. Hold on. Maybe what I need to do might be to trace out the blacks instead. So The yellow one is blocking the first black one now. There we go. Got it. Let me take a picture of this. We'll need it later. 3 fucking emails. Are you kidding? Stop. All right. Let me just screenshot this bad boy for later. Now let's roll up to the top of the mountain. So we've got 3 lasers here on the mountain, and you can see this opening here. There are 7 locks, 3 of them are open. But we are after some environmental puzzles. Here's one. There's 2. There's 3. That should be everything for the top of the mountain. Next batter is the color bunker. This one's kind of a pain, but we will handle it. So we gotta head all the way down here. And into the bunker. Okay. So we've seen this. Just gonna segregate black and white. Now we've got different colors here. And we're getting into more than 2. But the same principle applies. Just have to separate them. There we go. There we go. Yeah, of course. So we gotta draw a line that separates all of these. It's close, but it leaves the white and yellow together. There we go. Okay. Now is when things start to get complicated. So, open that door. Now look at that panel through the yellow glass and see there are 3 colors. Suddenly there are a bunch more. But the 3 is what matters, so all we need to do is block out the bottom right corner of 4 and the top row. So, we can draw a line like that. And here we got another 3, just got to block out these 4, and then those 4. Now this one requires you to think even a little more advanced and look at it through 2 panels to split it into 3. So it's top right and then kind of a 2x2 Tetronimo in the bottom. So it's like this, and then the top right. Dilly dilly. Up we go. So we can't see anything here as is. We can flip that switch and open it up, and now we see the 3 colors we need to separate. Boom, boom, and boom. That's too many colors, so if we close it up again, it'll collapse into a puzzle we can solve. Like so. Okay. So we found a stairwell. Empty stuff here, but if we look over into the ground level, there's an environmental puzzle there at the door. Stairs are broken. Going up, there's an empty blue floor. Let's go down all the way to the red. And here's an elevator. So this one is difficult. You have to kind of observe how the colors are changing as you ascend. So we're on this purple floor, and it's split into 3. Hit that one, it goes up again. The blue floor gives us a 2 split. So we can kind of reason out that the next level is going to be green. So We can trace this like so, but that's broken. It won't actually get us to the green floor. So now we have to reason out what the next switch is going to be. We've been looking at red, blue, and green, right? So if we go to the teal floor, that will, in theory, merge the blues and greens. So what I want to do is completely wrong, apparently. All right, let me look at purple again, or blue again. This is blue. And red was these, right? No. Sorry, I gotta go back to the bottom. Think this through. Because it's... you gotta connect it up, right? This is blue. So the merger colors are split into 3. The primary colors are split into 2. So on the green floor, the reds should be unaffected. Just this? No. So that was red. Not easy to solve at all, in case you're wondering. White and blue. Purple shows us 2. Just 2. Now teal shows us 3. So green would theoretically just show us another 2, right? disappear. There it is! The blues would disappear. Or the blues would stay segregated, and the greens would line up with everything else. So we need to step off on the green floor for 2 reasons. There's an audio log here.
As scientists, we realize that color is merely a question of the wavelengths of ethereal vibration.
There's also an environmental puzzle
But that
to
does
solve.
not seem to have dispelled the feeling that eyes which reflect light near wavelength 4800 are subject to rhapsody, whilst those which reflect wavelength 5300 are left unsung. We have not yet reached the practice of the Laputans who, if they would, for example, praise the beauty of a woman or any other animal, they describe it by rhombs, circles, parallelograms, ellipses, and other geometrical terms. The materialist, who is convinced that all phenomena arise from electrons and quanta and the like, controlled by mathematical formulae, must presumably hold the belief that his wife is a rather elaborate differential equation. But he is probably tactful enough not to obtrude this opinion in domestic life. If this kind of scientific dissection is felt to be inadequate and irrelevant in ordinary personal relationships, it is surely out of place in the most personal relationship
So memorize that.
that of the human soul to a divine spirit.
Just carve out the middle 2.
Arthur Eddington, 1927.
And then we gotta draw a line that separates out all of these. Nope. Nope. Shit. There we go. That's the one. That's the ticket. Which allows us to activate the laser. Now remember to lower the elevator to the level we want. Just gotta carve out that middle one. Wait for the laser to turn on, because I think it's neat how it happens. Colorful pew, yes indeed. Shaboomy. So let me just see. We're at 161 and 57. Plenty left to solve. Next up, we're gonna do the monastery. Excuse me. We can run around this direction. Let's eyeball this one. So I can satisfy myself. Very good. And we'll head to the monastery. So, I think I already pointed this out. There's one here, but that gray cloud is messing with us. So we can't solve it quite yet. So we head up here. We can open the doors. Like so. Now this one's interesting. You can see two little hexagons. The way it works is whichever side you leave open, those shutters open as well. So let's begin by opening these shutters here on the left. We can do some environmental puzzles here. And get an audio log too.
There is nothing in existence but veils hung down. Acts of perception attach themselves only to veils, which leave traces in the owner of the eye that perceives them. Bin Arabi 1231.
We can do 2 environmental puzzles just by opening those. And then this one's an interesting beast. We have to, and the next thing we need open is this side, so let's start it. To get this one, you have to start it while the shutter is open, then wait for it to close in order to finish it. Just trace the line you can, hang out here, nip up there, and you're good to go. And, incidentally, we're ready to start solving puzzles. So, this, the monastery's puzzles are not too hard to spot. You get where you can see something, and then you just have to trace the pattern. Gopla! Hello! Thank you so much for the subscription, friend. I appreciate it. So for this one, the key is just to notice the broken branch. So you start here, trace up here. And the way the reason you know to duck down here instead of going through here is because you can see the broken branch. So nip around there. Duck out to the end that way. Now this one, we can't see. So we got to come to this side. It's just a nice little zigzag starting at the top. So you just got to memorize it. So it's here, 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 here. Very basic. And that opens this gate. And it also powers on this panel. Now before I mess with further puzzles, the fact of that open gate is important. So we head up here. Now, of a sudden, we can solve this environmental puzzle. We've got access to the end. I thought that was everything. What am I still missing? Oh, okay. Right. So we can open the gate over here. Give ourselves a bit of a shortcut. And I know the one I'm missing. We head up here. one more environmental puzzle right here. That one, I believe, is going to be our first finished pillar, which is exciting. We'll get to that in a second. First up, we can open the back gate of the monastery by noticing that pattern in the rocks. Opening up ever more pathways. And yeah, so when you completely finish a pillar, it will turn white. And it'll also show up in your stats. So that plus 62 plus 1, that means we have finished one entire pillar worth of environmental puzzles. Pretty great, right? I think so. So now, let's solve the remaining puzzles in here. Thing to do is just get it lined up so you can see where things are. Yeah, that's that one. This one, maybe this one's easier than I remember. Yeah, I think this is it. Yep. Easy. So then you head over here. And you can do the same thing. Just superimpose. And avoid, well, shoot, hold on. There we go. That power's on this one. Which functions rather similarly. But you can see the branches actually form a cohesive line, and you can kind of spot it with that circle. So left 2, up 2, left, up, right 2, down, right, up 2, left, and out. All right, so left 2, up, left, up, left 2, up, left, up, right 2, down 1, up and out. Left 2, up 2, left 2, down 2, right, up, out. Nope. Shoot, fucked up. Left 2, up 2, left up. Right 2, down 1, up 2 and out. Left 2, up 2, left, up, right, down, up 2, left and out. There we go. This one, similar principle, but there's a gap. So left 2, down 2, right up, right, and you can see that there's a broken branch. You can even see the direction it would have gone. So position that again. Just try to transpose the branch how it would have gone, and it's down 2, left, down, left, down. So this one goes like so. And then, if we head outside, we can already power on another laser. How do you like them apples? Good shit. Got an email, got a text. One, two, three, four. We'll wait for that laser to come on. Alrighty. Hot damn. There's one other thing to do before we leave the monastery. Kapla I didn't finish, but yes, I did. There is another vault down there. We can see it's got a hexagon and a split, so whatever path we trace needs to hit the middle and separate the two colors. And now we know how the monastery rules work. So let's find a pattern in the roots that does all those things, which this one does. Now we can head down into here and get ourselves another one of these codes, which I will capture with my camera for later use. Perfect. Okay. Next batter is the Color Swamp. Here we go. So we can head over this direction. And we will learn the rules about Tetronymos. So anything works to open that. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. That does. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Works. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Does. So as you look through these things, what you're learning is that when you've got the blocks, you have to trace the shape in the number of squares. So single square works, single square works, single square works, double square works. So for this one, we need to block out an L like that. For this one, we need a square like that. For this one, need to carve it out like that. And that works. Gets us to the next panel. Now this teaches us something else. So that's pretty straightforward. Zigzag. This one, we can't split them. But that works. Huh. That doesn't work. We can't separate that out. But if we draw that line, it works. So now what we're learning is that we can also combine these pieces. So we've got a 4 and a 2, which makes just a nice 2x3, a 6er. Same thing here. Same thing here. Now we've got a 4 and a 3. So make a 7 like that. Now this one, we can get a 4 and a 2 like that. And it works. Which moves us here. Now there are 2 environmental puzzles available to us on this little bridge. So look at this. We can do that. And we can do this. Just going to move the bridge over to the right. Once I leave. Yeah, so we need to be on this side so our own shadow isn't in the way. So you can move the bridge back and forth depending on which of the 2 obvious solutions you use. So for here, let's hit this one. Which we ought to be able to do right when it hits. What the heck? Maybe I'm backwards. Hang on. I know that there are 2 environmental puzzles we can solve on this bridge with these shadows. You can pretty clearly see the end point right there. I think I have it backwards. You do this one with the bridge moving this way. You do the other one as it moves the other way. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Got him. All right, good. Now, let's move the bridge into position for us to advance. We got it! Hi, Adro. No, it's not. I started over. Alrighty. So, let's head up here. We've got 2 sets of live panels. Let's do this one first. So we know we can connect things together. But for this one, it's not necessary. We can just trace the shapes of all 4 Tetronymos. But in this one, it is necessary. So we can do a 4 here. And what you learn is that you can connect them up in any order. But now I don't actually have the 4 included, so that's not going to work. So maybe... No, that doesn't work either. That combines those 2, but doesn't trace the 4. Now this would work, this line, if I could get to the exit. So maybe if I just go this way. Nope, that doesn't work either. Shoot. Little of column A, a little of column B, Adro. My YouTube playthrough actually got a copyright strike because of the production company behind one of the videos in the windmill vault. Wait. That line also works. I'm just gonna do it the other way. Like... No, shoot, that still doesn't get it. I got it. Boom. See, that line combines all 3. The 4 goes here, the lower left is here, the upper left is here. Oh, I frigging love that moment when it just clicks. Alright, there's an audio log out here. I forget exactly where, but we're going to track it down and listen. Oh, come on, where is it? I think it's in the first place I stopped and I just didn't spot it. It's out here somewhere. There it is. Boom.
We have 2 kinds of knowledge which I call symbolic and intimate. I do not know whether it would be correct to say that reasoning is only applicable to symbolic knowledge, but the more customary forms of reasoning have been developed for symbolic knowledge only.
We can summon the boat at any of these panels, and for the first time, we're actually going to summon it.
Will not submit to codification and analysis, or rather, when we attempt to analyze it, the intimacy is lost and replaced by symbolism. For an illustration, let us consider humor. I suppose that humor can be analyzed to some extent, and the essential ingredients of the different kinds of
Wait for the
wit
boat to settle
classified.
down, and then you can draw an environmental
Suppose that we are
puzzle.
offered an alleged joke. We subject it to scientific analysis as we would a chemical salt of doubtful nature.
All right.
And perhaps after careful consideration, we are able to confirm that it really and truly is a joke. Logically, I suppose, our next procedure would be to laugh. But it may certainly be predicted that as the result of the scrutiny, we shall have lost all inclination we ever had to laugh at it. It simply does not do to expose the workings of a joke. The classification concerns a symbolic knowledge of humor, which preserves all the characteristics of a joke except its laughableness. The real appreciation must come spontaneously, not introspectively. I think this is a not unfair analogy for our mystical feeling for nature, and I would venture even to apply it to our mystical experience of God. There are some to whom the sense of a divine presence irradiating the soul is one of the most obvious things of experience. In their view, a man without this sense is to be regarded as we regard a man without a sense of humor. The absence as a kind of mental deficiency. We may try to analyze the experience as we analyze humor and construct a theology, or it may be an atheistic philosophy. But let us not forget that the theology is symbolic knowledge, whereas the experience is intimate knowledge. And as laughter cannot be compelled by the scientific exposition of the structure of a joke, so a philosophic discussion of the attributes of God, or an impersonal substitute, is likely to miss the intimate response of the spirit, which is the central point of the religious experience. Arthur Eddington, 1927.
That's correct, Adro. 100%. Okay, so for this one... I gotta do 4 and 2 3s. Well, that's certainly not gonna work, so... There's that. It gets the 2 3s, but not the 4. Wait, I think I have it. Boom. Boom. Yep, 4 and 2 3s. Perfect. So we have a 4, a single, and a 2. There's actually a pretty good way to do this. Like that. Because what we did was we did the 4 and the single and the 2 horizontal. Which brings us to this one. Let me see now. It's just trial and error until all of a sudden you see it, you know? There we go. So it's, I'll show it to you. The 2 are here. This piece is here. And then you've got the 3 vertical and the 3 horizontal. All combined to open the gate. So these are just like everything else we've already seen. Interesting. Here we've got let me think. I think this is the right shape because we've got the 5, the 3, and the 2 and the 2. I just need to trace it the other way. Oh, well, shit. The 2, the 5. No, that's not going to do it. That's not going to work. I got the 5. I got the 2 and the 2 and the 5. No. Hey, Carefree. Yes, I'm sure. Thank you very much for asking. I still can't believe you're seriously considering just buying me a freaking processor, but that's amazing. Okay, let me think. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So whatever shape I carve out needs to only leave out 4 squares. Okay. So 2 and 2. So it needs to be this in one row and that in the other. I just gotta spot the right line. It's not this simple, is it? No, it can't be. Maybe if I go like this. 2, 2. That's not it either. Crud. It's so aggravating right up until the moment you see it, and then it's just like, oh, eureka! Okay. Gotta think. I gotta get outside my box here. I could do 3 there, 2 there, top one there. That's not right. 2 and 2. That shape works. So is it possible to draw the line the other way? That is the question, and I don't think it is. Let me see. That's not going to work. Maybe I have to separate them. Maybe I don't combine them all. Maybe that's the key, but oh, I feel like I have to. Because otherwise there's just no way to grab everything. So these two, this one means it has to be on the far sides. So it's either the bottom row, so it's either those two, or those two have to be in there. If it's the bottom two, then we can stick a 3 in the middle here. But that doesn't work. It's got to be the middle 2. This has to be the 3. Those 2. That. And then the middle 2 again. Like that's the only thing that works. As you see, you got the, but I can't finish the line that way. Oh Lord, that's killing me. And by the way, this is going to be the final puzzle of the stream. I am going to end it as soon as we solve this puppy. Just so you know, because Tiff's home and it's dinner time. That just doesn't work. Neither does that. So they're definitely all combined. There's no way to separate them. Wait, is this it? 2 and 2. No, this isn't it. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This isn't quite it. No, I've got one frigging extra. But wait. I can do this. That's it! Boom! Finally freaking got it. So, 2 and 2, and 3, and then the 5 right there. It's amazing. It's just like, as soon as you see it, everything comes together. Alright, well, thank you all so much for watching. Those of you who join me live on Twitch, if you're new here and you enjoy what you saw, I hope you'll hit that follow button so you can see every time we go live in the future. If you're watching later on YouTube, if you enjoy the video, please like it. If you don't, please leave a comment explaining why so I can do better. And most importantly, please subscribe to the channel. I know it can be difficult to catch live streams. People's schedules rarely match up. But if you subscribe to the channel, you won't miss any content at all. Finally, regardless of the platform you're on, I hope you will consider joining the Discord. The link to do so is in the Twitch channel description and the YouTube video description. The Discord is where I make official channel announcements. It's where we discuss what you want to see me play, and it's where there's a fun, ever-growing community of people who love video games just like you and me. Next stream, possibly Friday, but probably this weekend, and we'll see what I feel like playing, but honestly, I'm kind of feeling more Witness. I feel like things are finally going well, but we'll see. So, you can see where we're leaving off. 201 normal puzzles out of 524 solved, 65 out of 135 environmental puzzles solved, and we've completed one entire pillar. So, good times. I will see you very soon. For those of you here in the States, have a very happy Thanksgiving. For those of you elsewhere, enjoy the rest of your week, and I'll see you sometime this weekend. Take care and good night.